Don't mind the yawning. Do not mind the yawning at all. Testing the music. That's too loud for me. Yeah, there's music. Right, I'm immediately cracking open my Yazoo right now. I'm actually quite happy. They've gone down in price again. Didn't take them too long, did it? Like they were on reduced price for about 3 weeks, I think, and then they stopped. Whether it's already been 3 weeks again, or it was like a week or two, they're back to being cheaper. So I'm very happy. And to be honest, I've kind of given into the fact that I actually like Yazoo milkshake to the point where I will buy them at the normal price anyway. If I can get them on a discount, it's a win-win. That's a win-win in my books. Right. I'm going to get right into this. I feel like I haven't been here in a week. And that's mostly because I haven't. If that makes sense. I got back to this a little bit on Sunday and Monday, but I've not touched it. I've not touched it after that. I'm doing a few more tweaks, and I wish I recorded it, but I changed this entire layout because I didn't like it, and then reverted back. There was a version of this where I just didn't know what pose I wanted to do. So what I ended up doing was I had to, at some point, put it landscape just so I can simplify the layout as maybe two poses. The detail of looking at all these character sheets that I've been storing saved. They've It kind of got a bit confusing for me because I'm like, what in the world? How are they doing this? Despite layout and like character poses, uh, it doesn't really matter because they're all going to be fit. They're all going to fit on one page. And one thing I've tried to do as well is I've tried to um, make the most of each of the pose, so there's something new to see. One bit of hindsight that I think kind of helped me a bit, since I could pick any pose. Like, it's the same reason why I kept bouncing back on a few of these poses that I liked, and I think I did end up getting rid of as well because I didn't want to. The pose where Annie's holding Lucia, maybe even doing a previous pose that I liked, but it was a bit too old for me. I didn't want to use it, and even me wanting to I basically just wanted something cool. But after a bit, there's a front, there's a back, there's a side. But no, I feel like these need to be a bit more fun. They need to show some personality. So at the moment, I've gone with these poses. So I did these poses last stream, and I think I did them in the same stream actually. I started off with something, then I continued it on stream. Dead sure I did that. But off stream, I refined this pose, but I want to improve it a little bit because it's not. I look back at it now and I'm like, oh yeah, I like it, but I need to. I want to fix it a little bit. It just looks a bit off. Looks a bit off to me. And then I also did this pose. If I had keywords for Anu, I'm gonna put them up here. Whether or not it helps or not, but I want to put them up here. If I define Annie, she's clumsy. She's obviously blind. And, well, I don't know. I'd say she's big, but I think that's a bit obvious. You look at Lucia, and for me, with all those limbs that she carries, you'd think she's clumsy, and she kind of is. So, you know, funny enough, I think Annie would be clumsy, but I'm not quite sure. But clumsy, it's there's another word for her in clumsy. Regardless, she's she's that type of character who I think can sometimes be a little bit too much. But you know, either way, this pose here, I like it because you capture in that moment where what I was trying to go for was her maybe, you know, bending down, maybe grabbing something, and then she's like, "Ah, I sense you," sort of thing. Actually, no, that. Ooh, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Actually, she's she's curious. I can't spell curious. Something like that. She's always finding something new to do or whatnot. I don't know. These words do matter, but it's like, oh yeah, how many do matter? That will change as I figure stuff out. I'm a bad character designer. I'm a bad character designer. Why? Because she's either curious or clumsy. Do, do, do. Greetings, Aetherman. Hate to be blunt, but I don't know if you're a bot or not. Just saying. Just saying. So the week's been quite. The week's been. It's been a bit meh. Only because bank holidays come back. So I've had no time to do anything at all. I've had no time to do anything. So, I had my meeting with my mentor last week, and going straight into this stream I did last week, and then off to work for the weekend. Back Monday, didn't stream. It was bank holiday. Um, I wanted to get stuff done, study wise, because I wouldn't have touched it for the weekend, and I was literally already. I was already I was already distracted. I had work. I was in an hour early. My it was back. It was term break. You know, I had a lot on my mind, but I did work on this continuing into the week. I had a lot of stuff I wanted to do this week, but it's taken me up until now to finally have the time. So that aside, I'm I'm glad I finally get the time off, but I'm still annoyed about it. I'm just like, I wish that the time was just. I wish that the time was in my favor, but it wasn't, and I just had to deal with it. Just trying to figure out where this arm should go. I did fuck around quite a bit with this pose, but yeah, she's tons of fun. That's one thing that I like about her. At least with this pose. I want to do it in this pose as well. But yeah, excuses really. I've just had a lot. And I've had no time to sit down at all. Right. Would her arms be here or in my reference? I've bought some reference with me. Ironically, yeah, the reference is going to do me well here. Yeah, okay, that's how we're gonna do it. I like drawing hands and wrists, but then arms are just simple shapes. They're just simple shapes to me. But that's what makes them, a bit too vague for me. But I guess the legs have more shape than that. Anyway, yeah, reference. I literally decided to just be like, okay, adult content. Well, for this pose, yeah, it's suggestive, but I couldn't find any reference without, you know, the porn. So I had to find some reference. And I actually found some where I actually got clothed people. So I won there at least. Didn't need to put complete nude people in here. In my pure ref at least. Well, no, I kind of felt that as well. Because I remember doing. I remember doing something similar last year. I never got around to it, but this is the second time I'm actually doing a character sheet for Annie because I don't have um I don't have a I didn't have any sort of idea on what to do. Like I'm still in that rough stage of, oh yeah, how the fuck do I do this sort of stuff? So at least when I try, it's the, oh wait, this is too overwhelming for me. How am I gonna do this? To be honest, it still kind of is. But I guess I'm distractible at the moment. But once I get into it, I'm hoping I speed up a little bit. I did leave it quite late, as I was saying before. I was working on some studies that that I got from my mentor, and I'm finally glad I had the time to do that because I did not have any time at all. Also, the reference is up, so if it's down, what? Actually, let's finish the leg. Let's start thinking about this leg. I did a bit of posing here, so I straightened that leg a little bit because I don't think it matters how that leg looks. But what I want to do is I want to give her the big, not the cankles, but I want to give her the big. I want to give her the big legs. Did it here as well. Leg here. And then yeah, that's what I want. That's what I want. Whether or not it's the pose itself. Oh, wrong brush. I've got to remember that references actually help me in figuring out exactly what needs to be done. I want to make that clear. I forgot that references actually do most of the work. But then you remember that real life is boring. So we want to make that pose, that object more interesting. So now that we have the base to draw from, which in this case would be this lovely plus size woman bending over from the back view with some really nice leg flow in high heels, which I want Annie to be in high heels. She's tall as fuck. I can base my pose around that and then make it interesting because I can add that leeway in. Like, I like that the hard part is figuring out how to make the pose interesting. Well, no, the hard part is actually getting the pose from a reference or not. The easy part is just making it look interesting because you already have that idea down. I can't figure out this leg. Do I still wait? Yeah, I need to figure out this leg. Let's do it this way. Oh yeah, I'd line out here. just get rid of that. I'll get to the feet in a minute. Before I started as well, I grabbed some clothing references. So I'll be prepared for that this time. Right. So with those legs in place, we're going to get those arms in. So from the reference, the arm could be anywhere. Let me lower the opacity. So the arm actually, I got an idea. I got an idea. I'm thinking about, okay, if I'm in this pose and I'm looking around and she's shocked, she's like, oh my god, what are you looking at? I'd like for her arm to be up. So from this line here, she's kind of got that motion to her. And whether or not, maybe her other shoulder's here as well, and she's like, ah, you caught me. Or, I don't know, maybe. Because that bean, like, I decided to say, fuck it, I need the shape. I need the 3D shape. That's the giant bean here. So I'm thinking about this would be where her arm would start on this side. Or maybe you can see her arm here. I don't know. I think it'd be weird. Like, one hand she's going to grab it. Actually, no, I like that. Let's do that. The motion is that. The motion is that she is literally getting caught with her pants down. But not literally, even though it kind of looks like it. I want to make sure you can see her elbow on this side because the leg's in the way. And then let's do it in a way where her arm's down, she's got a hand out, she's gonna drop something. So placeholder hand or something. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna and that would be, this would be her, this would be her guide stick that she has, because she's blind. That's what she drops. She goes to pick it up. She sees you, and then she drops it again, and then she's like, "What the fuck?" Whether or not it's after the fact or during. So that's the placeholder. So now, let's say hypothetically, her hand, it's just wide open. So if I was in this position and she was looking down, I feel like her hand would be open. Oh, no, wrong, too big. Yeah. And then, yeah, like that. Okay. So that would be like where her hand would start. And I want that, and I want that. Look at my own hand right now. One thing that I want to make perfectly clear as well about Annie as well, is that she does have the big proportions because she's a big lady. I want to give her the big lady. She's a big lady. That's who she is. We're drawing more of big lady because she's a big lady. Right, if my hand was there, the wrist would overlap the hand. would look like it, but yes, it would overlap the hand. It's such a small detail that that would make that would make up most of the detail, the sense, whether or not I give her big hands or not. But just because she has big, just because she has a like a big body doesn't mean I think just doesn't mean I have to give her big hands. If you stretched her hand out, I feel like it would be in proportion. It's one of the reasons why I will, it's one of the reasons why I want to get back to this, because I don't like how I did it. It's close because I'm looking back at what I was trying to do, but I'll get back to that one in a minute. Just one thing that I keep forgetting about myself is I appreciate I appreciate having the shapes to help me. Like I can easily like add a line in here to define, let's say, like an imaginary shape that may or may not, contribute to something. So if I wanted to, that would be the whole form. Like that's one face, that's another face. For now I don't need to do that. Whether or not I stick to it or not. Oh, my phone's gone off. I shall be back. Yeah, I'm back. My sister called me, and then the dog was like, "You know what? I need a wee." So there's me waiting outside for him to finish. I'm just watching him. I'm just watching him. Just hurry up. Oh, bloody hell. I am so exhausted. The benefit is that I've done nothing today. Well, I've done stuff today. I have, but you know, not as much as I think I should or would be doing. I'll at least give myself, you know, the benefit of the doubt. It's been a busy couple of days. Oh, Tuesday was definitely one of those days. Never didn't get to sit down at all. Right. Bailey. He's already going. Right. So I'm actually going to use this section of the hand. So I'm expecting that the hand would be, you know, she'd be looking, hand would be out as she's looking over at you. Her hand would be out. Gotta remember which side. What side's the thumb on? In this position, the thumb would be the thumb would be on the side where the head is. That's not how a thumb goes, mate. I can't draw today. Jesus. When you can't draw hands, what do? You keep trying until it works out. Now that I'm looking at this in post, not in post, in just clarity, the hand might look a little bit too big or so. Whether or not her arms up here. Now that I think about it, whether or not her arm is up or her arm is down. I'm thinking foreshortened now, maybe. I'm trying to get my arm in that position, because it's either going to go over her head or it's going to be foreshortened. I'm going to try and mix the two. mix the two together. And then that foreshortened sort of barrel would be down like the barrel of the arm. You wouldn't see that overlap. I'd need to see the arm in that general sort of space. Let me grab out a mannequin, because I've got one right here. Let's use this. Nope. Nope. Am I not allowed to move it? I sometimes wonder if these 3D models are even, because there's posing them, and then there's like, I don't know. I guess because I don't want to sound like I know what I'm talking about, because I feel like I feel like this is it's subjective, but these mannequins are really bad. Yeah. Yeah, you'd think a digital mannequin could maybe be, bent out of shape to the extreme of being clay rather than just a simulation of like a physical body, because those wooden those wooden poses, those wooden poses that have that have the they're limited. Those wooden puppet anatomy poses or something, like, they're very limited in what they can do, and yet like, I've heard it, and to be honest, like, those wooden puppets, the ones with the ones that have like the baseball bat for a head, they've got the neck, they've they've got the body, and then the legs, like, they're underneath, and then the arms just like lock on the side. Those types, and I guess these mannequins have like a flat face or something. Like those puppets, like, people say like, oh yeah, they're not anatomical, but to other people, they're like, they're very stiff as well. I never used them, but I see where people are coming from, um, and that's where I get my opinion, at least, for these. But you know, there's limitations of like material in the physical world, like these puppets, and then there's these poses. And then there's these poses in like clip that I feel like they look more stiff than the real counterpart. At least in real life, I could potentially break them, like physically, like gone, and maybe like have them at least be posable in that way. Like, you know, like it's kind of like, you know, if it doesn't work, I'll break it until it does. You know, like I can't do that here. And I just look at this and I think, yeah, this is more stiffer than this is more stiffer than this is more stiffer than the real thing, at least. Because at least in the real world, there's a chance that I could maybe bend it too much, or at least I can bend it for as long as I want until it suits it. And if I can't, then just I break it because I can't. You know, here I'm just all I can do is aggressively tap and just throw everything around. But you know, it doesn't work for me. It could very well be like a limitation of like Clip Studio Paint, or an add-on requirement to be usable. Yeah, I guess that makes sense now. Like, yeah, here's a poser that you can use. So you can, you know, put characters in any pose you want, or check out the pre-posed models, and then there's and then there's why the hell can I not pose this exactly how I want, and it just becomes this confusing mess of what am I able to do, you know? And you know, there's a lot you can do here, you know, theoretically, but in the real world, I don't think, you know, no one's going to put the time in to make the best case scenario of this actually working, you know. No wonder they brought out a version 2 that makes it easier to use this. Now that I think about it, but all's to say, I don't like this poser. It works, but well, it could work better. Let's just say. All I want to do is just twist the arm into. I just want to twist the arm so I can get a rough idea on where Annie's arm could be foreshortened to. This isn't really correct, but this is how I do it. It's not always meant to be crude. Well, no, it's not always meant to be clean. But this makes a bit more sense. If possible, I can maybe try and move the arm down a little bit. And then so then hypothetically, if the arm was all the way down, because you know, you can feel that you can do the motion, and then you're like, oh wait, is that really ergonomic? That's the word. This is too ergonomic, which is boring, because we're not going to feel it. At least in real life, we can break it if we don't like it. Here, we're just staring at it and going, why will you not work? Because it's ergonomic. It's too ergonomic. code is only limited by how many times we could tap and drag.
Right, so I'm in the pose again.
At least head bent down.
Foreshortened arm, or over the arm. Foreshortened would be good, because at least she could be like, whoa.
Whether or not she...
I don't know.
Cover a face or a tail? How do I think about it? It kind of sticks out. Like, this arm here is fine. It's this one. Now that I'm looking back at it. Okay. Let's... Also, I feel like the arms should actually follow each other. Because if my arm was down and my arm was up here and I was staring, I feel like, depending on the 3D of it, the arms could follow each other, but... How about... take this arm. Because we already have the arm. Bring it closer. Also, this arm looks a bit off now. I think it's more likely going to be about here. A lot of this arm is going to be covered behind the body. And I also kind of like that the arm lines up a little bit, even if whether or not that's useful or not. Might not be. Who knows? I'm saying gibberish right now. Rhythm. Slightly low. Okay. The lineup doesn't need to be clean, but with what I'm hoping to do with this later, I do want to try and make this have a little bit more, not structure. I want it to look nice in its current state, because I might have said it already, but the one thing that I'd like to try and do here is, like, I'm still working on this, so I might eat my words later on. But I've got a lot more of this to do, and I want to learn to be a bit more crude. It won't be correct, but I'd like to say that the more I do, the more I learn. But hey, let's reinforce a bad habit by not considering the following: what you're actually doing, the references that you're using, your current idealization of the rules that you set yourself to, the bad habits that you've created over years or months of just wanting to create one certain way, and all those combined into your ritual of drawing, like, all those are what we are exercising in this nature of the more you draw. So here's my thought, just to get it off my back. Here's my way of saying it. It doesn't matter, because you're going to learn at the end of the day, in hindsight, what is wrong. We are never right, but we can always correct later on. You've just got to see it, and that's not going to happen, at least in my position, if I end up fucking around with it for 4 weeks. That's what happens. Still make the mistakes. I still make the mistakes. It just takes me longer to just allow myself to be like, okay, those are mistakes. So what I want to do is I just want to focus on being just a little bit more crude with the decisions I make, because I'm going to get a lot more. I'm going to get a lot more out of just, drawing something when I'm not trying to make it look good all the time. And, like, how I draw right now is fine and all, because I kind of like it. But, who's to bloody say that it could take me less time if I'm not trying to figure out every error possible, And I guess, like, I am proofreading, like, the good artist, the bad artist. Oh, yeah, this artist is putting in the time to, figure out what to do. Like, it matters. It's not a bloody feature. It's a modality, and it's wasting my time, if I had to be blunt, because I feel like I'm always fact checking. It's not bad to fact check, but I think I do it too much. But I always fact check things. but maybe even too much. You know, maybe because I have higher standards, you know. But that's the thing. That's the thing about the work I that's the thing about the work I like to do all the time. I seem to kind of already, you know, have an idea on what I want to do. And you know, like this is one of the reasons like, you know what, let me just reuse this. I'm just going to take this hand. Sorry. That's the thing with me. Like, you know, you know, I I appreciate artists that just make it seem effortless to draw, you know? And you know, and and it's not the ones that make the best art that you can sell or have a million subscribers. No, it's not the one that's getting paid, which is sad. But I say that because these people have really good skill in a way where they didn't have to push it in a way where they're like, oh yes, I'm doing this because I want a job. And you know, I guess you kind of say that, oh wait, is that what C wants? He wants a job because he wants a job as an artist, so that's why he's drawing. Yes, but also no. You know, the middle ground for me is the middle ground for me is that I really do like the artwork of some feet artists. I love that there are artists out there that put more time into the feet. You know, the most unattractive part of the body. Like, I like the fact that there's subtlety in these, you know, the suggestiveness of it. I like that type of work. You know, it's like the lewd art that is so it you know it's like the lewd art that isn't NSFW. You know, like it's more impactful than just showing just nipple. You know, like I like that type of work. You know, next thing you know, there's me going into wanting to learn it myself because I want to make my own work. You know, but here I am as a 24-year-old wanting to learn this stuff when I'm already in that mental aging of going upon into all the details. And, you know, being at that age is kind of like I should already be somewhere by now. You know, there's no childlike nature, you know, which can be adopted, but it's not as easy, you know. It's that idea of like you spend years becoming a you spend years becoming a master, but it takes you infinite amount of times to become a child in drawing like one because there's no fear, there's no expectation, and I look at some of my art friends who, you know, do it in such a way where they put a lot of effort into their work, and I look at it and I'm like, how do they do it in a way where it just seems effortless? Yeah, they go through the same problems as well. They go through art block, they go through blank canvas syndrome, they go through every single facet that exists as an artist just to make a video 10 minutes long about why it happens. It exists. But they have a style to it that I I haven't found yet. And the only idea I think is because, going back to what I was saying, they've been doing it longer than me, let's say they had the childlike nature when they were 7. They've been doing it ever since. The idea of, oh yeah, I've been drawing since I was a child. And they've brought that into, a legal age of 20 of over 20 where they're still doing it as a hobby or a slight career. And it's just this mileage that naturally grew because they were because they were young, and it all just worked out for them. And it was like it's a magical event because it works for them, and that they put the time in. It looks so good. Like, that's the work that I look at and go, how the hell have they managed that? It's because they've had that experience of, maybe drawing as a child. I did too, but me, for me, it was this guy. That was it. That's all I drew. For that, for them, it was, it was DeviantArt, it was Anthros, it was Furries, it was MLP, it was Monster High. Like, I don't know, like anything at the time, like Sonic the Hedgehog and all that. Like, they had so much creativity, and they've kept it going for so long that they went through the struggle of liking their work a decade before a lot of us starting in our 20s. The struggle I'm having, the struggle that you're having, the struggle that everyone else is having when they find out that their work is bad. Those people that can do the work without a care in the world, and they enjoy it as a hobby and they just do it effortlessly. They went through. They've already gone through what we're going through. But they did it when they were a child. And then at that point they were just connecting the dots. Because they're now an adult, And I look at that work and go, that's amazing. How can they do that, without overthinking everything, And that's the struggle I go through a lot of the time. It's just this idea of, the expectation. Yeah, this perfectionism and expectation. Like, I get that. But, for me, going back to me at least, there's accepting that there's not going to be a perfect end, and that you should just let it be so you can move on to the next one. And then there's expectation of, this is the best I can do, and I'm not going to worry so much about what I should see. And then there's this current habit of mine that makes work, that makes my artwork just seem, more difficult to stick with, because I feel like I'm trying too hard, like to make it work. Like I don't know. I say that because, yeah, there's the struggle to get it right, and then there's the study to get it perfect, and then there's the mileage that all puts it together to go, I know what I'm doing. Like, yes, you know what you're doing. But then there's just that part of you that makes it difficult to stick with it. Not for the not for the long haul, but just for the confidence of your own ability. That's what makes this, a 50-50. That, or I'm in a situation right now where I'm not what's the word? That, or I'm in a position where I'm just struggling to that, or I'm in a point I might be in that stage where I'm like, oh god, I'm so fucking shit, Dunny Kruger. Why did you do this to me? That could be me right now. That could be me right now. But hey, there's effortlessness in the work that you do, and then there's, oh god, how the hell do I get through this crap? But it's a back and forth thing as an artist, at least. Just wanting to create something. So just to share that artistically, I'm a mess right now. Let's just say that. But I'll be good. Also, I copied the hands and changed them a little bit. Look at that. Now the forearms look a bit too big. But if there's one thing I'd like to do at least is I wouldn't mind Annie having like a pear shape. No, well, I say a pear shape, but I also mean as in like, she's big, but she has like little limbs. So like, you know, she's big, but then she has like little limbs. That looks like a fish. I like the idea that she might have like her proportions might end up giving her like small hands and feet. Well, this is the exception, but potential proportions, I think, should go in that direction. The Ring doorbell. Oh yeah, my family are home. If you didn't hear them in the background. Oh my goodness. The funny thing I'm thinking about right now is I'm thinking about, oh yeah, this is what a quality art, this is what a quality like Twitch stream is all about. I'm completely out of it. There's so much background noise that it's distracting even me. Like, my god.
If I was in that position, would my arm be above my waist?
Not gonna lie, I think the shoulder not the shoulder. I think the arm would be a bit more foreshortened than that. Let me keep the arm length. Let me keep the arm length. Follow that shape. Now connect that arm to it. I could actually do that. Figuring out where this arm would go. I think it would actually. You know what? Flip it. There's the shoulder. Yeah. Okay. Now back to this arm. So I'm thinking about there being a straight line here. Then it can go up. Have it go up. Arm's going down here. Oh, am I in the wrong layer? Am I in the wrong layer? No, I'm not. Okay, that was strange. I didn't know I changed. Oh, I did, because I was selecting the object. Does that mean it's out of place now? No. Right. Oh, no, that's... The guide stick is on the same layer. I'm actually thinking that the wideness of her body actually kind of makes it, you know, more believable that she's like stumbling. I'm thinking. So I'm thinking exaggerate it in a way where you would actually see her go down to grab it, but it wouldn't be like her arm would actually be reaching out, but she can reach it. Her arm's long enough. Like, it's not like she's trying to touch her toes with her legs straight. In this pose, she isn't. But I really want the elbow to be seen, because I like that detail. That I don't want to hide this arm behind her. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't want to hide the arm behind her. Proportionally, is it correct? Proportionally, does it look like it works? If it does, then congratulations. It's convincing. Okay. One more thing I want to add. I'll be a bit more cleaner with the lines when I found the colour. There we go. Right. I'm going to the toilet. I'm bursting for a piss. I'm gonna go to the toilet and I will be back. Shall be back. Well, I was tricked. They get back. My family get back. I hear them for about, 10 minutes? And then next thing you know, like, it goes silent again. I go downstairs to see if anyone's there. No one's there. No one. I have no idea where they've gone. I'm completely confused. So, I'm dead sure my dad brought Haribo's back. Because I'm eating a few of them right now. But I did buy the squishies though. So I'm going to eat some of those as well. Yeah. So... It's been a rusty start for me this week. I've not had time to sit down. I've had no time to sit down at all. But it's good to be back. I need to get myself back into the swing of things. The time is now 7 o'clock. What's this on Tumblr? Oh, that's cute. You're a porn bot. I want to keep my phone near because my family might call me again. And since I have my phone on vibrate, I never hear it. Bless me. Oh, can't open it. Sorry for the ASMR. My bag of squishies looked like they were vacuum sealed. Vacuum sealed squishies. Vacuum sealed squishies, everyone. Right. So that would basically be it. I could maybe move this arm a little bit over. And I'm assuming that she's gonna grab, because I'm assuming that she's grabbing for it. I'm gonna have it in front or behind. You won't see it because that's the thing. Her tits are in the way. Her tits are in the way, so you can't see her arm. And you know what as well? I might make her tits even bigger as well. she's gonna be one of those. She's gonna be one of those ladies that are, I'm assuming, in my experience, great huggers. She was made to hug you, basically. Right. Also, yeah, the tail. I want to change. Well, no. I had ideas to change it, but now I'm like, nah. I like it solely because it's interesting, and it also kind of follows. It's in like a square sort of zone. Like, I guess you could say Annie fills the entire screen here. So, another reason why I like this pose. Right. So colour on that. Be a bit cleaner. Refine the shapes with colour, and then see what the sketch forms around that. See what the colour tells me about the sketch, and then change the sketch to the colour. And then what I might do is, once I've figured out a decent idea about the colour, I just want to redo the sketch, and then maybe, just maybe, keep the sketch lines in. That, or this is how I draw, and I'll just keep it like that, and just get rid of the oddities that make it look ugly. You'd think I'd be rushing, but no. This is taking me a day, and I'm still not done. Right. So, the confused pose. I don't like it. I never did figure out the shapes for this. I like the tail. But if I had to consider the original pose, no. I'm not a fan. But on the bright side, I did sketch this pose. I did sketch this newer pose from the original that I had. But now, I'm going to refine the pose here to be a bit better. And it's all going to start. It's all going to start with just taking this leg right here and just moving it out a little bit. Just moving it out a little bit. And I want to get rid of this hand because I do not like it. I tried to go for like one of those, like, I didn't want to go completely, pardon me, dump truck women. I didn't want to go. I didn't want to go 100% dump truck woman. But I tried, and most of the time it's them looking like they've always got this weird, like, perched forward sort of look where the book kind of sticks out, and they've got that motion where it's like their body it's like that their body kind of goes like that. But I don't want to do that. Version 2 of How the Fuck Do I Draw poses. I wouldn't mind reusing the legs, but I'm completely alright with not doing so. I'm looking at the angle right now and all I can think about is but that's not what I'm going for. Actually, no. Shut up, me. Don't shut up, me. Shut up. This is a great idea. I was thinking of this as a back pose. What works in the back can work in the front. Oops. There's an expressive pose by accident. There's an expressive pose by accident. Just gotta get rid of the wouldn't mind if that's her waist. Bring it down a little bit. And yes, this is going to be the center line. I add a center line initially. Like, it depends. Now that I think about it. Because if it doesn't look right, I'll change it. Change the center line because it's a bit off. Sometimes you're just gonna make random fucking shapes and it ends up working out for you. But what I want to do just want to stretch that down a little bit. straight into the legs because I want to reimagine these legs a little bit. Even though I kind of like the legs I was going for here, I do want to keep them. Just to change them. Let me make this even more darker so you don't see it. My proportions as well, like, that's one thing about my proportions, or at least how I draw it, because I could possibly draw legs a lot more better than how I usually do, but what I like about them is that I already have an idea on how I draw legs. Like, I have an idea generally, but I need to see it to believe it. And then what I wanted to do here was that I'm looking at the same pose on my Pure Ref. The leg has a bend to it. Also, is this not? It's not. Should do now. Didn't it wasn't shuffle. Once again, I wish I separated them, but it's fine. I'm already seeing lineups as well. Here. Talk about a bounce back in mindset. The legs are a bit inconsistent. They need to be thicker. They need to be thicker. They need to be so thick that you would struggle to breathe. what I want to do actually is I have a friend that I have a friend that loves drawing plus size characters, and I remember getting some advice from her in the past about how to do so. I remember her sending me a bunch of really good references, and I need them right now. No joke, I need to get them right now because I remember her sending it to me. So I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna hope that I can get them because I want to find them. This friend of mine that I'm talking about is was an example of what I was saying before, that their confidence just makes the work look better. You know, like you don't essentially need skill, but you just need to be confident. She's a very good example of like confidence. Gotta find. How far up did I go? Oh yeah, here it is. That literally. Think of fat kind of like boobs, or rather, think about gravity. For people with with excess fat and skin, it will hang down. So whatever you will be making them, have a huge belly or even a small one. Look at my character, the one I showed you in here. That is NSFW. She has fat on her. She does, and she looks beautiful. Yep, here are all the references. I want to put all these my in my pure ref for Annie because they're gonna be useful. I'm gonna move those around. Right, that's all I need. Okay, lovely. Let me move this back over. Right, now I just need to organise this. But yeah, these are really good references that they sent me. I really respect them for this. They sent this to me maybe about a good year and a half ago. This isn't my first time trying to draw plus size people. Depending on if I'm better or not, well, let's just say, like I said before, confidence is the key. All to say that I can fake it till I make it, and then use hindsight to just look at what could be better. Because the best part is that I tried, and that I now have something to work towards in being, better. But yeah, there's all the references. Let's look at these. I do appreciate that I actually have these, because I don't think I would have. I don't think I'd find these on my own. Bitterbelly and Chub. Where fat would start to develop. Some really good references of characters with fat. I'm simplifying it, at least, since I don't want to be on it forever. But I definitely want to keep in mind what I could represent. I like this. I like the one. I like this one. And then this one. I might go off of this one. And then this one as well. Lovely. All right. Wait, where's my pen? Right. Let's continue. Not gonna lie, I've given her quite an arch here. Now that I'm looking back at it, I might turn it back a little bit. But yeah, overall pose is kind of like that. I'd get rid of this line, but I like the angle a little bit. I'm going for that nice roll or something. And then, you know, the head. Maybe the whole torso should be kind of like this. Because I'm thinking about it now as like she's straight on doing some sort of like pose like this. Guess I've kind of made her body a little bit too big. There's more water up. Right. Just get that in there. Right. Actually, now I know what I now that I know what that looks off. It's this. That's what looks off. Regardless of if that's correct or not. Right, so let's look at these references then. So the stomach would actually go back up, at least from what I'm looking at. Because it would go over the leg. Then the overlap of the leg can, the overlap of the leg. I don't want to make her look like she's pregnant. That's one thing. That's one thing. thinking about taking more of that off. Bless me. Am I on the wrong layer? Oh, I'm doing it all on the same layer again. Go back. Keep doing this on the wrong layer. Do it in a way where she does wear something. There's a bit of like a flub there. Doesn't look right. Let me look at these references again. Let me get rid of all this just to make it a bit more clearer. Oh wait, I think that could work. That, or I'm trying to interpret like lines to lines, but there needs to be suggestion in the middle. I think this line kind of I think this line here would make a difference, because that line kind of shows off that her body would end there. And I'm gonna put that back in just for the sake of it. That's my tissue. There it is. I've got two. I always pick up two. Why have one when you can have two? Wait, not done yet. Where is it? Okay, there it is. I wonder where my brush went for a second. Same layer. Or Debits Die Hard. Right, keep it. That's the line for the leg. Missed it a little bit. Why am I on 17? Thank you. Make that a little bit bigger so you can see it. And since I did this on the wrong layer, let me connect that. And let me get rid of that whole section there, because that's the leg itself. Trying to make this a little bit more simpler. Trying to give it a bit more okay, so now this line here no longer makes any sense. So now what we're going to do, this line here doesn't make any sense anymore. So I'm just going to rub that away and just add a better line in like that. And then what I can do is this could be bigger as well. Call this the fat. I actually wish I kept the actual initial pose and just drawn fat over it, but I'm really bad at that. So oops. I guess I'll no longer see it. Shrink this down a little bit. Right, so this is the new body. Now, I'm going to put fat. I'm going to put the boobs on the same layer as the fat. And make it easier for me to it'll be easier for me to just put them all in one. Right. So, just like in this one, and also this one, I want to give her the biggest titties. And even funnier as well. I wouldn't mind them sagging a bit. Natural boobs. Without any bra. Can you hear that too? That's either my sister and my mum, or my mum. My dad said a few days ago to my sister about this nice garden bench that she can buy for her plants. And they went to buy it today. Went downstairs to see if anyone was there a few moments ago, and there was no one there. But I saw this thing in pieces, and I thought, they're going to build that. And I can hear bloody hammering. I'll go down a bit and see what the hell they're doing. That would be it. Let me. Let me tone back. Have I got any more squishies? Yeah, they're back here. Right. So, I liked the head I did on the original, but I now have it. I now have the head to help me to make it even better. Now I trace over it. But that's one thing. I want to say it again. I I don't like tracing over the previous layers. I'm not going to change anything. Like, it really depends. It really depends. But I do remember watching one video that kind of communicates my thoughts, and you know, only now, because I'm like, oh wait, this makes sense. Like, tracing over something isn't going to heed much change. Like, you need to add so much more for it to be changed. Like, and that was a character designer talking about how, you know, each iteration, if you're tracing over the previous version as you iterate on it, there's nothing, there's gonna not be a lot of change. Like, you're either gonna add some, you're gonna need to add something significant or remove something significant from it for there to be any sort of change. And for me, whether or not it's useful or not, but with creating something like this, I'm here like, yeah, like what the hell am I meant? You know, like, you know, how am I meant to redo this head? You know, if I'm tracing over it, like, I'm tracing over it, and then part of me is like, oh yeah, what am I meant to do? And I guess it's even worse for me in some cases, because I sometimes I'm not clean with my sketching, so I could sketch rough, and then I'm there like, what am I meant to change? And then I'm there like, oh yeah, nothing, because I'm tracing over it. So this is why when I sketch, I just slowly alter the sketch I already have, because I don't need to go and repeat the step before, which is basically what, you know, the tracing of the previous layer is. Like, yeah, I get I get the reasons in a way. Like, you rough something out as clean as possible, then you trace over it line up wise to make it cleaner. But I feel like if you can do a decent job to begin with, you won't need to sketch roughly and then trace over it. You could just sketch roughly and then clean it up and then maybe use that. It depends though. It really does. And yet, line art wise, you know, make the sketch as clean as possible. Then you can do the best you can, representing the sketch in line, in ink. But when you're refining a sketch, I feel like there's so much more to add to it. At least how I sketch. There's lots of information that I don't put in. Whether or not that's me having a skill issue or just me not getting to that step yet. It's like the face. I need to add something, or else I'm just going to keep tracing the head over and over and over again. And then there's nothing to add to it. Like, that's why I don't that's why I don't usually sketch something and then trace over it. I just refine it. And it also, you know, for me at least at the moment, it removes that intimidation of needing to do the whole thing again. And, you know, at least right now with this, you know, yeah, I'm basically redoing the sketch all over again. From what I had here. But I think there's a difference. Like, I'm changing quite a bit. Like, my approach, in my opinion, my previous approach just, it didn't work. I didn't like it. You know, I missed out the important part of why I sketch and why I draw the way I do, and it just ultimately looked weird. So I'm redrawing it in that way because now I can, you know, change how I do it to make a better effort. And here I am, changing the pose. So I can, you know, make a better effort to make it look better. But I'm changing everything, down to the hand, to the arm, even to the legs. I just didn't like it. I'm keeping in mind the shapes, and to be honest, like, I do like this, even though it's an absolute mess. But something like this, you know, just chef's kiss. I'm doing that in the fat way. Oh. Yes. Forgot. I've been staring at layer 3 all this time. That I forgot I had changed layers already. Right. So I want it to be looking up. Make the head a little bit smaller. Because she's okay. And then what I'll do is I can get to the arms. The head can stay like that. Arm. I can't put arms in Google anymore without getting the Switch release. And I'm just like, that's not what I'm looking for. But Google knows only one result. And it's that game. Right. So from the original sketch, the original sketch, and the colours that I used, I want to do the same thing. Because I like what I did when I roughed it out in the initial. I want her to. I want her to look up, and I want her. I want her to have like I want it to have like that's a bit extreme. Depending on the depending on the proportions, elbows, navel. Actually, I forgot her navel's about here, isn't it? Somehow. Let me move this arm over a little bit. Just like toes. Specifically when you draw the toe, the big toe, and it looks like this next to the rest of the toes that go down in that angle, and it kind of has a bit of a foreshortened look to it where they start folding down. And all we're representing here is that the barrel of the big toe has this shape to it. Just like with the big toe. Just like with the big toe, I need to do the same with the thumb by having a look, and she's like, what's going on here? I want her thumb to it. I want to show her thumb. There we go. And then for her other arm, what I had before was her basically with a her hand was basically, it was covering the area of interest, but whether or not I decide to go for maybe like she's holding her, you know, maybe she's holding her belly and she's got like that, she's got that look on her where she's like, ooh, I wonder what that is up there, and she's just holding her stomach and she's like, ooh, I wonder what's happening up there. Or if her arm is behind her and she's just got this like, I like both. One has a bit more interaction with her body, and the other one's just there for the fun of it. I'm actually going to go with the first option. I like the idea that she can just have her hand on a stomach, or maybe on her waist. But I like the soft nature where she just, you know, she's just got a hand on her stomach. I like that. No, that hand looks a bit too. That hand looks a bit too extreme. Let me. That or the whole arm would just be here. Actually, yeah. I want to go for that instead. Have her hold her giant hip. I don't know. I can imagine her being like a sassy big woman. That, or if I just quickly look at my reference board and look at the one piece I had of her in particular, I'm immediately reminded that yeah, I did give her that sort of intention, whether it's an intention or not. Yeah, we'll go for this because then the arm can follow the leg, and I I can keep the perspective looking simple because of the overlap. And then if I had that in my hand, you wouldn't see her palm. Unless I want to do something like this, and she's just got it on the side, but no. Just going to have her wrist disappear. And then her thumb's behind it. Nice. What has happened to the music? Oh, it just stopped on me. Okay. It just stopped on me. Right. I'm going to put the music back on. I'm just going to go to the toilet. I'll be back. I just need to go to the toilet and I'm going to say hi to maybe my mum. I think my mum is downstairs. I don't know who the hell's at home, so there you go. I shall be back again. Ooh, right. More water. Right. By the looks of it, she has no shoulder. So I'm going to give her a shoulder. Actually, the perspective's fine. Actually, just want to make it just look a little bit more. Give her a little bit of a. Oh. Wrong layer. For some weird reason, I keep changing it. Okay, now on to the best part. Not gonna lie, I do have clothes in mind, but regardless, I want to give her heels because that's she's a mummy. That's what it is. That's what I wanted. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Is it in arms? Is it in tail? Yes, it is in tail. Right. That's what she is. She's a mummy. There we go. Big blind mummy. That's what she is. Not curious. Not clumsy. That's what she's defined as. That or motherly or mummy, I don't know. Derivative degenerate MILF. That's what she is. Anyway. Gonna give her the best heels ever. And, now I have a bit of an idea on where she's meant to be. I'm gonna take the whole layer, the whole folder, and just make her just a little bit bigger. Okay. Did I get any references of heels? I did not. So I'll go for simple heels. The best part of the body. Oh yeah, this is all on separate layer, isn't it? The heel needs to be big and blocky, because that's my foot. That's my foot. That's my taste. And on this side, same thing. I want her to pop the heel. big heel. It needs to be noticeable. Feet. Right. So now I want to keep the original tail, but I just want to get rid of this. So now everything is separate. Well, unlike the one on the right, the left, I've separated everything. There we go. Right. So with the tail, I do kind of want to separate everything into like the little flabby bits. Not the flabby bits, the fishy bits. So I didn't represent it on the other one, but I can represent it here. If I look at my anglerfish references, what I want to do is I want to represent them on the top and the bottom, but they're not going to be very easy to see, but that's fine, because I'm just going to cut off a bit of the tail and then just use part of the tail's original silhouette just to add that in. And then that's basically that. Do it on the other side as well. Then you got the big fuck off tail here. Now, one thing I want to do, and I'm going to do it with this. My original intention with Annie was to have her forearms, hands, lower legs and feet have this like scaly sort of transition, and the rest of her body is basically, skin. I want to do that. Because I like that. So what I want to do is, yeah, I can look at. It's funny because like anglerfish don't have scales. Like I need to look that up. Can I represent that? Oh my god, angelfish. I was gonna say, I thought angelfishes looked creepier. No. Angler fish. Scary. Yeah, go on. Scary. To be honest, Annie isn't meant to look scary, but I want it to look intimidating. Anglerfish. This has to be the scariest fish out there. Why anglerfish are so creepy? You know what? Yeah. Popular mechanics. Tell me, why do anglerfish? The bizarre creature only has been caught on film a couple of times. Let's look at this. Anglerfish. Anglerfish are the stuff of nightmares. National Geographic call the otherworldly terrors from the deep, positively the ugliest animal on the planet. But they're definitely not wrong. Everything about them is creepy. From their maw full of razor sharp, transparent teeth to their dead eyes, and yet they're still fascinated by them because they're so mysterious. These deep sea carnivores are rarely seen alive since they live several hundred meters below the surface, and the ocean and the surface of the ocean. And when one gets caught in a fishing net and washed ashore, it's because it's dead. Oh god, that is true. In some way. This week on New York Times, dug deep in anglerfish's decade-long history of slow discovery, but what makes them so fascinating and frightening to us? And then they just show us a video. The original approach to the deep sea. Yeah, anyway, that's not what I was looking for. I want scales. I guess you could say that all this. I guess you could say all this applies to Annie in a way. But I guess I'm not going for a creepy, sort of mysterious look. But I am going for maybe that. Well, no. I definitely don't mind going for that. I don't mind going for that like evil sort of look in her eye. One aspect of her that I want to explore as well is definitely the massive mouth. I love that, and it's one of the reasons why when I draw her, one of the aspects about her that I want to add is that she has stitches on her mouth because she's basically. I'd assume it as like she reverse mutilated herself, because technically her mouth is even bigger than that. And I guess, like a mother, if you piss her off, she's basically just gonna yell at you with all her teeth out, and she's gonna be like very angry with you. That's the idea behind her character. But yeah, that's the idea behind her character. Anglerfish with the giant mouth and the sharp teeth. But this is what you see her as. That's her, you know? Don't make me mad, dear, or I might bite. Show her this, and it's like, ah, yes. She will kill me. But yeah, if I put... No, not scale. I meant scales. What's this? The Mollucus Marie. Marie? Interesting. To be honest, I bearded anglerfish. They just have something on the bottom of them. Whether they have actual fish scales or not, it doesn't look like they have like a wrinkled like texture to them. I don't know. They're not that. Oh yeah, this is okay. Okay. This is funny. This is kind of why I based Annie like this. Hopefully this is what I'm saying. A male anglerfish with a height of 200 centimeters has been reported. An individual with a weight of 57.7 kilograms has been reported. Adults have scaleless, very thin, flat bodies to help them blend into sand and mud. These fish possess wide mouths and teeth. Yeah. Interesting. So, they don't have scales. So I just can't add scales to her. I could, but I don't really need to. But yeah, let me go back to just scale. Because this is one thing that, which was funny. What's the actual size? I need to find it because whether or not whether because I saw this and it was funny. Yeah, here it is. This is hilarious to me. Right, deep sea anglerfish males are a fraction of the size of the females. Yeah. In the most extreme cases, females may be more than 60 times the the length, and about 500,000 times as heavy as the males. Can't you see why I want to make her a plus size mother? It's funny, but I saw that and I thought, wow, I guess this was meant to be, you know? But yeah, that's what I wanted to prove that because I thought that was funny. I'm like, no way. No way no way that there's another like male female fish counterpart that I don't know because I think it was seahorses. Like I think the seahorse males hold the female's eggs, so it's like it's reverse. Like what the hell? It's so funny to me. But yeah, scaleless, very thin, flat bodies. So they don't have scales. Unlike a colourful frogfishes that live in coral reefs, deep sea anglerfish skin is grimly black or grey and fragile. Without scales, in fact, their skin is so thin it can slip off their bodies when touched by human hands, revealing them from the deep ocean nets. This is good information. Monkfish. These are two species of monkfish or anglerfish, black-bellied and white. So monkfish is oh god, it's not a nun, but that would have been funny. Like, check out the nunfish. That is funny to me. Can humans eat anglerfish? Anglerfish is said to be extremely edible, other than its bones. Oh wow. And it's on the menu. Why do anglerfish glow? Tiny glowing bacteria called photobacterium take up residence in the anglerfish's eschar, the law, a highly variable structure to the end of its fishing rod. I love it. That's brilliant. Answer and explanation. Are anglerfish endangered? There is only one endangered species of anglerfish, the spotted handfish. What the hell is a handfish? What is a handfish? Oh my god. I'm assuming this is... That is so funny. Handfish. But yeah, scales. Yeah, they don't have any scales. Just to keep that in mind on my own thoughts. But that does not mean that I can just add. Why not? That doesn't mean I don't have to add some parts to their body. Because I wouldn't mind trying to like section off a part of their body that kind of has a little bit of a texture to it. Whether or not I decide to deliberately give it that sort of look. Because I've got a reference here that makes it look blue. There's a black one, and there's also like a nice orange one here, assuming that they are orange. It could be dirty for all I know. But yeah. She does not have scales. But I wouldn't mind trying to give us some sort of like different sort of feel. I'm not sure, because maybe it's worth my time to make her all one colour, just to separate her. Because I wanted to go for like the two-tone, but I might just keep it like brief and simple. I wouldn't mind giving her like a specific color. That's why I went with a certain blue. It's also the reason why I wanted to give her her webbed hands and webbed hands and feet. Right. So what I'm gonna do, because I basically now have what I need here. So let me go back to her. Let's keep to her head, because I want to put her ear. I want to put her ears on the same one. I had a weird thought as well. Like I remember, because weirdly enough, I had this weird I had this strange thought go across my head about Lucia's elf ears, and also any other character that I add to like my collection of OCs, and depending on if they all reside in the same universe, part of me was thinking about the universe of Jack and Daxter. Every single character has elf ears, but I don't think they mention anything about the species that they are. I don't think they do. All that I can assume is that there are man and there are precursors. You know? Man try to figure out why the precursors made the world and these machines that just exist. You know, that's all it's mentioned. But man have elf ears. Every single human have these long ears, and I'm just curious. I need to look into it, like if it's official on what they are, and if it's just obvious, you know. But that's only that's why I bring this up is because I look at Lucia and Magatha and even Annie, and I think would it be so would it be so problematic for me just to add on some sort of ear extension that kind of makes them look like they're the type of fish you think they are, like depending on the detail or just this idea, like putting gills on Annie's neck or something. Like, yeah, that's cool. That's what a fish does. That's what people like to do. Or there's just the deciding factor of like, what about the aspects that make her look like she is? Like me wanting to put elf ears on Lucia only because I like the Jack and Dax universe that all of them have these long ears, and I'm like, would it be so bad if they all had elf ears, but it was just a variation of that, whether or not it's derivative or not? Like, does it really matter? Like, consistently, whether or not I'd go with normal ears or not, I like that idea, and I've got a few references that I can go off of with elf ears. But all to say, because I could give Annie like elf ears in a way, because I do kind of like what I've done with these, but I don't like the idea that these ears just come off as You know, like here's the thing. I do like that people have showed like, oh yeah, these characters have fin ears. I want to go further than that, you know. And there is a reference out there that I've seen that I actually want to go off of because I kind of like that aspect of it. Because you know, I don't want to lose up a chance to just put fins as ears. But this to me, I don't know, you know. It's one of the you know, that's why, you know, what I'm gonna try and do for this one is I want to basically just do an elf ear like I do with Lucia, except make it look like a fin. And I am referencing a specific reference piece that I saw on Pinterest, but I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. I want to assume that I had it in one of my other Pure Ref folders. There's a lot more anglerfish here. Yeah, it's not here, but there's a lot more anglerfishes here. And not gonna lie as well, I want something. I want her to have ears. You know, like I want her to have ears rather than fins. And I do like the design of it, but I want to go further than that. Right. Did I save it in? Where is it? Did I save it in here? Well, I do have a certain reference. It's not the reference I'm looking for. I'm gonna transfer it over to here because it's actually just as useful. It's the same thing actually. I don't think it's here. Okay. I'm going... Oh. Okay. I'm going to look on Pinterest because I know I have it there. I think I made a separate Pinterest board for elves because I knew I would need to. Let me see if I can find it. I made a separate... Yeah, I did, Elven. Yeah, there it is. I like this. This is what I wanted. Apparently, it's like elf ears for star signs. But I'm just going to use it just for the sake of it having a design. Unless I want to base, you know, Annie's birthday on this random elven ear reference from what, 2011. Yeah, I want to go down that. I want the consistency. it's also a different factor as well because I get to keep the ears that I like to draw so bloody much. Yeah, and then couple that with the couple that with the couple that with the ears of the anglerfish. And I can still keep the exact same shape of the ears, except now I can go for something a bit more interesting by having it run down her neck, but it's still connected to her ears. Or maybe it's down her neck and it's kind of like it's attached to her neck. But looking at this reference, apparently it's connected to the chin. So technically, this reference actually would go down as far as like the chin itself. Just to keep it on the head. So you know what? I'm going to take that. And then I can keep the same sort of ear. I can keep this exact same ear design I like to do. But now what I can do is I can basically do like an Elf Annie equivalent. I can give it like a Lucia equivalent to the ear. And it can be a lot. It's simple and it's like, oh, hey, artists already solved it for me. It's up to me to make it look cool. And what I'll do is I'm just going to add a bit of texture just to separate it. On the heart, possessions of the heart, of the heart, possessions of the heart. Yeah, I like that. I like it because it's someone else's bloody design. Well, it's reference, like we're always stealing, everything is derivative, it's only original through how you interpret it. So I don't want to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to make my own creation. My own creation is what makes it look cool. But yeah, add that with the law on her head. Add that with the law on her head. Because that's one part about her that I really like. Yeah. And I can add them to the rest as well. Same here as well. Have it, appear down here, appear here. I'm going to have to figure out how to do it on the other side now. feel like we'd see a little bit of it push over the side like that. Let me move the law. So here we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Here 1, 2, 3, and then 4. So most of it's covered by her finger anyway. Yeah, but there we go. Give her the bright light. Have it light up when she has an idea. She's like, I have an idea! Like, I think that's cute. And if I go back into her head, it's like she's booping her nose. Well, that's one aspect of her that I actually want to keep. She doesn't have a nose. Well, she does. But I like that she I like that she doesn't exactly have a nose, but she kind of does. Right. Let's rip away parts of the body that I don't need. Get rid of that. Get rid of all that there. All this I don't need. And there we go. That's the new Annie. That's the new Annie. Took a lot more layers, but before, after. I'll do some adjustments. I'll make some adjustments. But I now have a newer version that I like because it's a bit more clear. Right, so one thing that I want to do immediately. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay. These boobs need to be a bit bigger. They need to be bigger. Bigger. Maybe even bigger to the point where I'm just going to have to, like, redraw the entire set. She needs the biggest boobies possible. There we go. Yeah, that's great. Oh God, it's 3.5. We're 3.5 hours in. It's 9:20. Still light outside. Shops close in like 45 minutes. I don't think I'm gonna go to Tesco anyway. But I wouldn't mind finishing before 10. So that gives me, what, 20 minutes to hit the 4-hour mark? I might as well. I've already got what I need on all poses now. Like, all these are exactly what I want. Like, these are all great. But yeah. Aside for, like, just moving these around. Aside from moving these around. These should be fine. What I'll do then is I'll just adjust everything. What I'm going to do is I'll adjust everything. Okay. I'm going to spend the last 15 minutes throwing in a bit more of a cleaner colour layer on all of this. Starting with what I've just started. Starting with what I've just started. Yeah, with what I've just started. I was right to keep the colour as a blue, because I do like the idea that she has potentially abnormal skin colour. She has an abnormal skin colour. And I guess depending on her clothing and all that, I think it will be quite cool, because she'll have her overall her overall skin color would work well with maybe some lighter colors. Like I think there's a trend going around where people are literally putting golden bikinis on their characters. Annie would enjoy it. Like, it would work so well for her. Depending on if I keep this crude or not, I wouldn't mind going back through and just cleaning up parts of it. Also, parts of this look a lot more confident than others. I don't mind going back in and just redrawing parts just to make it look a bit more cleaner. You know, fake it. I did it all in one go. I'm so precision like. Show them this stream, and they'll be like, "Oh, so he isn't that good." Well, it's mad for me to say that, but yeah, that's true. But it doesn't mean that the initial idea, you know, wasn't a bad one. You know, it just took me a lot of steps to get there. Even getting in today and being like, oh, whoa, what am I doing? I do feel a lot better now. Also, yes, anti-aliasing is turned off. Let me turn that back up. Let me turn that back on. Because I've got the references that I'm going off of for character sheets are, you know, they're not cleaning, they're not doing clean line art, but they are keeping the design simple, so they can keep it crude and rough. So I want to do the same thing. I want to do the same thing. Because, you know, the tail looks pretty good. The feet, simple. But then there's me figuring out what this part is. And then there's this part. And then there's, oh, well, the ears are fine. You know, like, it's on this one. Like, this one's very sporadic. But I like that most of it kind of works. So, cleaning up this, I think, will be nice. So, you know, it's a refined. So basically, what I always do, just a refined rough of what I've already done, is what I'd like to do. That's the crudeness I'm doing. That's what, you know, that's the decision I want to make. You know, throw the colours down, figure out a simple colour palette, and then let this be like a learning sort of experience in just getting just getting the idea down and going, that's fine, and then move on. I was saying as well, going back to what I was saying before about like these artists in question, like they're so confident in how they do characters and their own characters that, you know, I'm just like, they're so cool. But they do it in a confident way. Even in my opinion, even if I think their art isn't like it, you know, it's not great, But that's not the point. The point is that they're confident. It's in the action when they're doing it. It's like, yeah, how the hell were you able to do that? Like, that's what I love about it. Like, and the confidence of just doing it so well. Like, that's what I want. Regardless of skill, I want I want to have the confidence to just go straight in and just do it the best I can and not worry about the expectation. And I guess that's the overall point of like these artists that I want to be like them. They've got the confidence. You know, I want their confidence because their work is so good because of it. Their work is better because they're confident. And I want to get better at being confident, even if I'm currently intentionally not putting that much polish into what I'm doing. But it's fine. Doesn't matter. All that matters to me right now is that I'm trying to be confident in the decisions I make. I've always, I've been saying this already for quite a bit when I was doing the birthday piece. But that's one thing I've been trying to do for several months, especially going into this year. I want to be more confident in my drawings. Like, I want to make more ugly work. Because at least I had fun doing it and that I wasn't trying to, be pixel perfect. But I'm still working on that. Because I guess there's an intention and then there's the execution. And I guess they're two different. I guess to me they're two different things. It's that I want the work to look good, but then it's, oh wait, it's been 5 weeks, and that's why I mentioned about my expectations and all that. They're different. Like, they're so, like, my expectations and my standard, they're so much different. They're so different. And I'm here like, oh, I'm gonna be here forever. That, or I take out steps. Oh, this shape here as well. It's funny as well because one thing, one tip that my mentor gave me the other day was when he was giving me a rhythm. He was giving me a feedback on my rhythm studies, and the thing that I'm gonna struggle to try and do, and either it depends. Like, he just told me to use a bigger brush. He told me to use a bigger brush. Remove the access of adding detail with a thicker brush. And the weirdest thing is, like, it's difficult because I like the precision. I like the area. Like, I like the intentional area that I get to add with with a smaller brush. But the thing is, he mentioned this to me, And it kind of made sense since, you know, I do stuff like this, and you know, I could avoid that by just having a bigger brush, just a bigger brush to remove, you know, any sort of details. That's why people use bigger brushes. You know, that's why they use bigger size of brushes, and like, you know, I'm working on that because it, well, one, because he told me it was a good idea, and two, I think it's a good idea. You know, because I've seen like process videos of people using bigger brushes in a way of trying to be they're trying to be abstract with a bigger brush, and I'm looking at this and I'm like, how can you do so much? How can you do so much with a smaller brush? Well, they can prove to you that they can, and I'm there like, oh, that makes sense. What the? How did you manage that? Like that's the point about it, and you know it's, you know, like people use like like they're using a soft hard brush with a little bit of transparency, and people are making these shapes out of these bigger brushes and then just carving into that bigger shape to make it smaller. And like with me, I kind of work backwards where I start thin and go thicker, and I feel like I have a bit more control. It depends. Like it's like I don't know, an expression thing, but it's something that I do want to look into because, you know, the bigger the size, the less space you have to add small. You know. So you know, I look at this and you go, yeah, those two lines you see, yeah, there was a point where I added those two lines. If I had a bigger brush, it would have only been one big fat brush that I would have carved down to a smaller. I need to get used to it. It's the same reason why I feel like using line art, you would be using a bigger brush by default because you want to add that layer of like silhouette over it. But that was one thing that my mentor told me, and I was like, he he, he brings up a good point, you know, and I kind of already understand where he's coming from. That's the mad part about it, you know. So I do well to give it a bit of a try. I do well to give it a try because it could save me a lot of brush strokes and a lot of undos. And at least, you know, with me, I definitely do like just erasing things. I do like erasing things more than undoing from time to time. So I want to give that a bit more intention with something that would demand carving into than me just erasing and trying again. You know, there's no fear in undoing. There is no fear in undoing. But, you know, the undos eventually add up. And you're just like, oh, this is taking me too long to make correct. Quote, correct. Who knows what correct means to you? If it's repeatedly undoing the same bloody line, then you know, me at least, I'm missing the point at least. These are on the same layers, aren't they? Yeah. I do want to try. I do want to swap these to a different layer, but for now, I'm just going to keep them separate. These might not. These might not be the. Oh God, they don't exist anymore. Okay, I'm gonna need to save them. I'm gonna need to save them in some way. So I'm just going to copy them over. No, I'm just going to copy them over. And then move them to the side. I don't know if I had any more. I don't know if I had any more. Wait. Palette. And then I can just remove all this. This palette, this palette might not be final, but with what I was going for on the original piece I was doing for Annie, I kind of was getting somewhere with it. That's what that's why I went out of my way to go grab it, because I'm here like, oh wait, this kind of makes sense to me already. You know, it's all about just changing that one color to something warmer, something a bit more desaturated, or just not having the color entirely. And that's another requirement I wouldn't mind doing for, you know, my character sheets. Just having the colors there. So, you know, roughly fucking gone. This is an outlier. This is an outlier. These colors I want to use. Maybe her being blue is actually going to be a good idea. Because at least I can give her a significantly different sort of range of colours than just here's a pink, here's a white, here's a slightly, you know, orangey colour. Just give her blue. Take me out. Oh, that's a big. That's a long toe. Also, since these are all going to be on the same, like, since all these are going to be overlapping each other, which I think could actually be something to do, because I kind of like that. I wouldn't mind having. I wouldn't mind having the more overlap in a way of just deleting parts of one pose to another to show that one's in front and one's behind. So immediately, for example, this tail is going to be behind this head, so you can say that this pose is behind this pose, and maybe there's a middle ground between me wanting to, let's say, maybe have this pose overlap this pose, so I can, make this have a bit more uninterrupted, shape to it. Because I know that I'm not going to have them separated properly, but then interacting and overlapping, I think they'll look a lot more. I think it'll be a lot more nicer if I do that. I want to do that. The infamous webbed feet, because that is Annie for you. There was one version of Annie that I actually did where I actually did give her like vibrant yellow like pedicure, and I thought that's just okay. On one side, it's deliberately distracting because there are people out there that have like vibrant nails for a reason, or they just pick a nice bright color and then they wonder why people stare at them. Like, you know why, you know, and whether or not I intentionally do it again here just to separate the reference a little bit, I'll go down that route, kind of like what I'm doing for like Lucia. Like, instead of just giving her all black nails, make them French tips so I can show a bit of skin color. Because I like, because I want to simplify the colors as much as I can, but if I have the leg room, well, if I have the leeway, I wouldn't mind adding more colors just to separate things. I like that. And I wouldn't mind doing that more when I start adding a bit more color. Yeah, have a pinky toe cover a potentially naked lady. You know what? Part of me wants to, because I've said this already, I think. But part of me just wants to go buy a membership and just play Final Fantasy 14. I might do that at some point. I forgot the game exists, and I enjoyed it at the time when I was using the free trial. Maybe I gave him an extra month, but I don't remember. I just know it was fun, and I maybe have aged to where I can enjoy that sort of stuff. There's World of Warcraft, and then there's Neverwinter or something. I don't know. I definitely played a lot of Black Desert Online at the time, but I have since lost interest.
But his name feels British. Richland. That's like a British last name.
There is a lot. There is some things I want to do to this pose specifically. Whether or not it's to make her, her thighs a bit bigger, or if it's just to round off a few things. But for now, I'm just going to just get the colours in, or at least the solid colours. Do what I was doing before, but be a bit more clean. If I know, if I like the colours, if I like the colours and the shapes, I don't have to add anything else. It's perfect. It's good. It's okay. Still have to add the hair and the clothes, but I can leave that till Friday, or till, you know, next time. There we go. Right. Now let's finally do... Yes? Oh boy. I am almost done, Mum. I'm almost bloody done. I'll be back. I know for a fact I've not got a lot of time now. My mum wants me to get a tea and toast, and I said I'll be there in 5 to 10 minutes. So and she says she's counting. So I'm just gonna get this down, and then I can just finish. Oh. A lot of this has many spaces of room. So I can just use a bigger brush. Not gonna lie, I'm not quite sure how long it's been. I bet it's been already 2 minutes. and then the jubbly boobs that she houses, as one would say, the mounds. Oh, would you look at that? It's done. Oh, I've got boobs. And because I feel like let me go back to palette. Let me quickly add in the law. It's a bright colour, but I like that, and I want to represent that in a way. There we go. Adds a little bit more colour to it, depending on what I change or if I change it. That's right. That's it for me then. I had to rush, but that's fine. Okay, so I'll be back Friday. I'm going to continue this. I'll try and put a bit more work into it while I'm off, but if not, I've got Friday. Continue from there, see what happens. What I'd like to do at least is continue from here. Maybe refine some of the lines so I can be a bit more clear on what I'm trying to represent. Remove some lost lines as well. Clothing as well. I do have references for clothing, which I want to sketch and also put into colour as well. But depending on if I do that before Friday or on Friday, that's the next thing I want to do, because I wanted to wear clothes. And like I said, if I can simplify it in the palette or in any sort of palette, it's all gonna be okay with me. But other than that, this is the initial reference for Annie, at least. Just looking at it like this is basically the most of it. I guess a requirement as well that I'm gonna have to do, especially, is background color. I kind of want to figure that out soon. So, even if I don't get the time to do any of what I've just said, I'll be sure to have a better colour to represent the palette that I want to stay within for Friday. I'll make sure that's at least a requirement. I'll promise you that, at least. Other than that, I'm going to go. Thank you to anyone that came in and chilled for a bit. I really appreciate that. And to the bots that came in and decided to take the piss, you suck. But other than that, thank you, everyone. I shall see you Friday. Hopefully earlier, because I've got a lot I want to do. And this is only a fraction of what I can do, so of what I could do. But I'll get back to you Friday on this.